वारिस ऑडियो चेक करना। Gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very warm welcome to day 2 of the high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum. May I request you all to kindly be seated so that we begin with our day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this truly is remarkable what we've been able to achieve yesterday. In the wrap-up, we sort of took away from some of the key messages and the key discussion points of yesterday's conversations, plenaries, dialogues. Today too, in parallel, you'll have a number of B2B meetings, plenaries and breakout sessions, focusing on some of the key interest areas for both EU and as well as Pakistan. We are also grateful to the Honorable Federal Minister for IT, Her Excellency Shahzad Fatma, for joining us this morning. She will also be part of our first plenary, which is focusing on innovate, invest and inspire. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key messages that we sent out yesterday is how, of course, EU happens to be one of the largest export destination for Pakistan, and it continues to deepen in that relationship. But what makes this partnership truly unique is not just the volume, but the value that it brings in. Today, we are not just looking at transactions, we are looking at a transformation. While the traditional areas of interest continue to garner a lot of attention, such as be it the mining of rare earth, be it be textiles, be it be technology, but more importantly, the fresh new innovations that are coming for the young, ambitious Pakistan, that's where the real promise lies. So next, talk about what is coming up next. This plenary, ladies and gentlemen, is themed and titled as Powering the Next Wave of EU-Pakistan Collaboration. It's just not business as usual. Pakistan is now ready for next generation collaboration that's going to carry it forward in the many decades to come. It's the power of private sector participation in driving EU-Pakistan partnerships, opportunities in the key sectors. Let's explore these key sectors together. May I now take this opportunity for inviting the moderator for this segment, who will also be then taking on the role of explaining the theme more to you and inviting her panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the Private Sector Advisor Delegation of EU to Pakistan, Ms. Afshin Shakur.
Hello. Thank you, Sidra. And since we are running a little bit late on time, I'm actually going to delve right into inviting all my panelists. I'm going to start with Her Excellency Ms. Shahzad Fatma Khwaja. She serves as the Federal Minister of Information Technology for the government and Telecom for Government of Pakistan, where she leads government's digital transformation telecommunication agenda. Before entering the public office, she taught political science and international relations at the Lahore University of Management Sciences. Welcome, Shahzad. My next panelist is Ms. Naz Khan. She is the Principal Country Officer for International Finance Corporation, commonly known as IFC. With distinguished career spanning with the organizations such as K Electric and Angro. She brings deep expertise in finance, business development, and private sector growth. Welcome, Naz. My next panelist is Laura Zholowski. She leads Global Green Growth Institute as a country head for Nepal and Pakistan. She has experience in management, advisory, and strategic planning for sustainable development and scalable green transition across 4 continents. May I have Laura? Welcome, Laura. And as you can see that my panel is maybe the only panel with so many beautiful women. But now I'm going to just turn a little bit of twist and ask for 2 gentlemen, starting with Amir Ehsan Khan, as he's the President and CEO of Ericsson Pakistan. He directs the national telecom operations, focusing on digital infrastructure, expansion, connectivity solutions, strategic partnerships, supporting Pakistan's technology and communication sector. Welcome, Amir. And after Amir, another gentleman, Hassan Faraz. He's the Managing Director for Maersk Pakistan. He oversees the integrated logistics operation, strengthening trade connectivity, supply chain resilience, and end-to-end service delivery across global shipping and logistics network. Welcome, Hassan. We do need another sofa while I invite my last panelist. I will move here. Last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Saira Siddiqui, CEO and founder of MedIQ, Smart Healthcare. She derives development of digital healthcare solutions, improving access, affordability, and integration of technology-enabled service delivery systems across Pakistan healthcare ecosystem. Dr. Saira. Can we have another sofa? Please, have a seat. So good morning, everyone. So today's panel, Innovate, Invest, and Inspire. Our purpose for the next hour is not to logistics and then a service delivery in healthcare systems. So this is how we have orchestrated this session. And I'm going to now go into the questions. And the way I want to structure this discussion is that we will have 2 rounds of question and answers, starting with Her Excellency. But then if we do have time and time allows, we'll have a 3rd rapid fire round of discussions for each of the panelists. With that, I am going to start with you, Minister Shahzad. And I want to start with the recent 5G auction. And I have heard that it was one of the best examples globally how Pakistan was able to conduct its 5G auction. So looking at it from that perspective, what would be the 2 to 3 regulatory, or implementation priorities that the government of Pakistan will focus to ensure that we have investor confidence in implementing and making use of that 5G technology? Over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much for that question, and thank you for your remarks. Pakistan's digital connectivity infrastructure overall, I think, has been a challenge for all of us. And that is something which is of critical value, especially given today when the whole, I think, every single aspect of our life, every single sector is now really transitioning towards technology. So whether it's our daily lives or it's our social sector with our education, our health systems, Sarah is here, whether it's logistics or all the way up to national security, it is all becoming about technology. And in that frame, we have to see that there's a critical baseline which is absolutely fundamental for any conversation around digital, which is digital connectivity. Historically, till about a month ago, Pakistan has been operating on 274 megahertz of spectrum. And this is since the inception of the telecom and the dot-com era, and through 3G, 4G we brought into the country in 2000, between 2014 and 16. But since then, even though over the last 2 years we've seen a 25% increase in data usage in the country, we're consistently seeing an increase in young population. About over 150 million of us are young people, most of whom are digital first generation. So the consumption of data has been sort of exponentially increasing, but our supply side was seriously constrained. So last month, with the auction that happened, it was not just the 5G auction, but we actually auctioned 5 new bands in the country, starting from 700 all the way to 3500 megahertz, and which essentially means that not only will this is going to be a first time when 5G is coming in, but our core connectivity usage, which is that of 4G, will also significantly improve. So an average experience of a user we will see improving. The auction that happened was, we were able to auction 480 megahertz of spectrum, which is the largest auction, single auction that the world has seen. And that has risen our overall capacity to 750 megahertz, over 750 megahertz, which is something which was absolutely critical at this point in time. So this is not something that is additional, incremental, just a cherry on top, but this was a fundamental requirement for our connectivity situation. 98% of Pakistanis operate on mobile wireless broadband. Only 2% of our country operates on fiberized networks, which is the second problem you were asking me about what our priorities would be. Now, the second challenge is this, the level of fiberization. Only 16% of our towers are fiberized at this point. Our target is that in the next 3 years, we will increase that to almost 60%. Our house passes, which are around somewhere between 2 to 3 million, we have to increase it to at least up to 10 million in the next 2 years. And that's our national fiberization targets. In order to make it possible, last year, the Honorable Prime Minister, whose absolute priority is the digital nation Pakistan vision, he was able to remove all right-of-way charges, which means that the fiberization business becomes very lucrative in terms of investment and very ready for private sector to take lead. Our motto at the government is that the government has no business doing business. And therefore, we are trying to roll back the government from everything and anything that the private sector can potentially do. So we're trying to kind of really invigorate the ecosystem in a way that private sector comes forth and starts investing, and the overall ecosystem should be conducive to their investment. So those are some of the things that are happening on the digital connectivity side. But I would also like to add that over the last year and a half, since I've been in office, we've been able to land 3 submarine cables, 2 of which will hopefully light up this year, another will light up next year. So that kind of also increases our live connectivity to the world. We've also signed a MOU with the whole of Central Asia, which essentially means that we will be becoming the data transit hub for the whole of Central Asia. We have already operationalized our data transit from China to Karachi through our optic fiber backbone, and our alternate now routes will connect us to Central Asia, whether it's through China or through Wakhan corridor, but that agreement is there. We have our international development partners like ADB, World Bank, everybody is supporting us in that effort. So the idea is that from Karachi all the way to Central Asia, and Central Asia through Caspian to Azerbaijan and Europe, we develop a complete loop of digital connectivity. And that's another, it's not just a plan, but that's something that's already being operationalized. The purpose of putting all of this here on the table is that overall, if we look at digital connectivity, it is a true enabler, and it is something that we genuinely believe will unlock the potential of the country. I will talk about, after this particular comment, hopefully in the next question, on what we're doing on interoperability. But I've already spoken too much, so I'm going to stop here. But the purpose is that we're laying very strong foundations for digital connectivity and digital infrastructure. And I think that one of the questions that why is this the peak time to invest in Pakistan? Because we have absolutely strong foundations when it comes to the most important part, which is digital infrastructure and connectivity.
Thank you, Minister. And it is music to my ear. I am private sector person, and government having no business doing business is music to my ear. And creating an enabling environment where you can create a lot of opportunities for Pakistan's private sector is just what we need as a country to progress. And taking the discussion from there, if the private sector has been provided that opportunity because of the fixing of the policy and regulatory framework, my question to you, Naz, would be that what would it require in terms of clarity, bankability, and governance for the financial institutions to look at blended finance mechanisms or products or guarantees to support the investment from the private sector?
Thank you, Afshin. So I think, so when you talk about policy and clarity, bankability and governance, some of the minimum elements that are required before you bring in any of the toolkits that you have as DFI. So let's talk about policy clarity. I think what you need is really predictability over perfection. So as long as you have some kind of visibility on future direction, policy direction, the policy doesn't have to be perfect, but you must have must have visibility on the future course of the policy direction. You must have, for example, stable policy framework, so over a period of time and preferably over your investment cycle. So pricing or other incentives can predictably change, but the policy framework has to be predictable. A stable sort of regulatory environment within that sector. So you can't have abrupt changes. I mean, investors have to know that the regulations are not going to change abruptly. Because when you do these projects, it takes years, right? I mean, 5 years or so before the project can actually come online from the time that you're doing feasibilities to actually getting a project online. So you can't, you need that as a minimum. Then you need from a public sector element, the public sector obligations need to be clear. So that if there's an off-taker responsibility or there's a dispute escalation path or there is, let's say, a tariff setting authority, you need clarity there. And then finally, legal enforceability, right? So clear laws, foreign protection, foreign investor protection, and enforceable arbitration. So I think that's a bit of a minimum that you require on the policy side. This is the basic. Once you have that, then you can actually go and bring in guarantees. That's when guarantees can kick in to take care of the residual policy or regulatory risk that you can have. Because what guarantees can't solve for are if you have unresolved tariff circularities or discretionary taxation, guarantees can't solve for that. So this is kind of the minimum thing you require on the policy. On the bankability, I think the important thing is that the projects need to be sort of viable on their own commercial logic. That's the first basic principle, right? I mean, guarantees can solve for some of the credit risk or pricing, etc., but they can't take care of things like a weak sponsor or a loss-making tariff. So you have your typical, project finance things that you would look at, which I won't bore you with over here, but it's important that you have, that minimum thing on the, but there are areas where you can actually, because you're talking about unlocking private investment at scale, there are areas that we've actually brought in guarantees earlier. So I'll give you an example. For example, in the power sector, we're looking at, that the power sector, other than generation, the transmission and distribution is basically held by government, right? So other than maybe K Electric. So we're looking to bring in the first private sector transmission line, right, where the government, the power ministry is also keen for us to do that as DFIs. So you're putting together a bankable sort of framework for that. So in that, sometimes when you're structuring these transactions, you will have to bring things in, whether it's guarantees or bring in your other de-risking toolkit to be able to move from a completely public sector to a public-private partnership. So you bring that in initially with the intent that then you can, after a period of time, then it becomes commercially bankable. So that's on the bankable side. And then finally, on the governance side, I think the most important thing, the minimum element there really is credibility, right? It is important for the investors to know that there are going to be fair and transparent processes. What is a clear, there are no overlapping mandates when it comes to ministries, regulatory bodies, SOEs, and that there is, a clear path to resolution if there are disputes. And here I'd say one of the most important institutions here are actually regulatory bodies, because once you're done with the project, you've got all your approvals from wherever you need to get them from, you operate under the regulatory body within that sector. And it is really important that you have functioning institutions over there. You can't have institutions where the appellate tribunals are not staffed, etc. So functioning institutions and the regulatory bodies are the ones that become extremely important, because investors, if the regulatory body is good, no one needs to go to a ministry. You should not be going to the ministry. The regulatory body should be able to resolve all your issues. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Naz. And, I think the policy clarity and both, the governance do sometimes go hand in hand. And of course, we need bankability is very important. If the project is not viable, it is just not going to make sense. We also know, because we want to bring in an angle of sustainability here as well. So the next speaker, I would invite her to talk about that. But the thing is that, if you have clarity, governance, and, bankability, and Pakistan is one of the countries which is hardly hit by climate change, how can we look at different projects or different sectors that are practical to actually, build a credible pipeline under Article 6? And if you could also talk about the different sectors where you think that Pakistan would be able to get some mileage, that will be very helpful for the audience.
Thanks a lot. So maybe I'll start with a very brief explanation on what we are talking about when we talk about Article 6 carbon trade. I don't know to what extent the audience is familiar with this. So the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement allows countries to cooperate internationally in the achievement of their national climate goals. So in practice, this means that emission reductions generated in one country can be transferred to another country against payments. So if the government of Pakistan, in this case, has authorized a specific project to do this, then the project can kind of sell the generated emission reduction from their activity to a buyer country that then pays a pre-agreed price for every ton of CO2 that has been verified and reported. So it's a bit complex, but it's interesting because for enterprises and companies in Pakistan, for example, this offers a new revenue stream. It can reduce the financial uncertainty for new types of mitigation projects. It can kind of close the financial gap on something that's not quite commercially viable yet. So it can be a very catalytic way of, or financial source for the low carbon transition in Pakistan. And the global value of this Article 6 carbon market is estimated to grow to hundreds of billions of dollars by 2030. The EU has recently decided that up to 5% of their emission reductions towards their 2040 climate goal can come from third countries through this system. And they will be engaging in the outsourcing of these kind of carbon credits from 2036 onwards. And some of the EU member states are already now exploring or engaging in Article 6 bilateral trades. So there's really a huge midterm possibility for Pakistan to mobilize billions of euros from Article 6 markets, from the EU and other buyers. And this will really be a key opportunity now to boost decarbonization and mitigation projects in the country. So what is needed to tap into this opportunity? Pakistan is already reflecting all this in its upcoming climate finance strategy, and national rules and regulations are on their way to be adopted to kind of provide the backbone to the processes and systems that are required to do this in practice. There will be different kinds of tools and capacities, especially at the ministry and government side, to authorize and assess and screen and keep track and kind of supervise the carbon trade and make sure that the corresponding adjustments are also made in Pakistan's NDC. In case the government decides that the trade-off is worth it, we will give up specific emissions, give them to another country against the payment, right? This is something where GGGI has been supporting the government since 2022 in the readiness for the Article 6 markets. And yes, so the EU and Article 6 buyers in general are looking for high integrity carbon credits, meaning they want to see reductions that are significant, real, irreversible, so there's the sustainability aspect, and that can be also monitored and verified in a credible manner. So here we come to the importance of an MRV system, a system to measure and report and verify the emissions. And this is where I see a lot of potential now for connectivity and the digital and AI applications, for example, the whole digital infrastructure in the country, because these are the things that will enable real-time, reliable, multi-location monitoring of the actual emission reductions that our projects are creating. And for example, they will facilitate a lot the verification step and reporting. AI can support pooling different data from different sources and establishing the emission profiles, and they will just altogether make the MRV systems more reliable and more scalable. So this is very key. The private sector will have a key role in operationalizing the Article 6 market, because it will mainly be private sector investments, private sector operations that create these mitigation outcomes or emission reductions. So, of course, companies in Pakistan will need a lot of support in understanding the opportunity, and then the different procedures they have to follow, how to navigate the authorization process with the government, and also how to figure out the structure of their Article 6 project. And here we come to the role of the financial sector as well. So getting banks on board with the carbon trade is very important. In this system, the carbon payment only comes in the end, once you have verified and proved that you have actually generated emission reductions. So we have to make banks recognize the value of this kind of carbon finance in debt repayment, for example. And so to give you an idea on where we stand, so we are already supporting the government in ensuring that the institutional readiness is there. Pakistan recently signed a bilateral agreement with Norway, and we hope to see the first actual trades being signed in, let's say, within the next year, hopefully. That will really be then piloting the Article 6 carbon market in Pakistan. And going forward, we hope that the EU will profile as a big partner in this with Pakistan as well. So now very briefly on the sectors that I think have most short-term potential in Pakistan. There is already a pipeline and it's evolving. So sectors that combine large and measurable emission reductions that already have some kind of existing pipeline of possible projects and that do have internationally recognized methodologies to verify those emission reductions are the ones that have most potential. So in Pakistan, I would definitely name the waste sectors, methane reduction and capturing from landfills, for example, that has a lot of potential. Water and sanitation sector by large as well. Then, of course, renewable energy projects, including hydro, wind, solar, and the whole grid decarbonization per se, as well as energy efficiency measures, for example, in industries, in manufacturing, in steel, cement, brick industries, for example, that has a lot of potential. But in many cases, those projects are actually already viable without the carbon finance. So we have to also remember that there's a request of additionality in accessing the Article 6 financing. E-mobility deployment, definitely. Electric two-wheelers, three-wheelers, vehicles, buses, and decarbonizing public transport. That's a very interesting sector for Pakistan to look in the light of carbon finance. And then I want to name also the blue carbon, where we talk about projects that improve coastal ecosystems and wetlands and mangroves, etc. There's already groundwork in the country on that, and that sector can generate very high integrity removal carbon credits as well. A bit more difficult to
Laura,
monitor.
if you can please keep it brief, because
Okay.
we have to go around everybody.
Thanks.
I'll really, really appreciate it.
Sure.
We still have 3 more panelists and another round of questions.
I'm basically at the end.
Okay,
Those were
thank
the
you.
key sectors.
Thank you, thank you. So what I hear from you is that climate integrity is, of course, it depends on trusted digital systems as well, because that's the only thing that can ensure the measurement, the reliability of how it's reported. So I'm going to take the discussion to you from, the pipeline design to architecture that enables scale. So my question to you, Amir, is that how can the open and interoperable network architecture reshape the economics of 5G deployment in Pakistan, especially reducing the total cost for the, cost of ownership and, improving the reliability of the system so we can take advantage of the carbon credits and all of that?
Thank you, Afshin. First, I must congratulate you for putting this panel together. In a male-dominated society, you have put us in a minority. And I think that is something that we as European companies aspire to do, but I think perhaps we as a society need to do as well. So thanks a lot for that. I must also commend the work that Ministry of IT and Telecom has done. And I'll only take 30 seconds to elaborate on that, because I think perhaps for consumers, 4G and 5G matters less, but what really matters is what ecosystem are we enabling. And the only analogy I can draw is, if we were operating on GT Road, which is a Grand Trunk road, and suddenly what the Ministry of IT, Telecom, and government has done is they have opened up motorways. It is to the industry and ecosystem to actually take benefit of that and develop it. And that's the reason I think we as a country need to be proud of the work that has been done. There is only one example that we in Ericsson have seen, and it's only Singapore. There is no other country where we have seen this. So amazing work by Ministry of IT and Telecom. I'll also talk a little bit about Ericsson to connect with what I'm going to say next. And I think it's not a consumer brand. It used to be a consumer brand. We are not in mobile phones anymore. But globally, we have been around for 150 years. 2026 is the year when we celebrate 150 years globally. In Pakistan, we have been around for 68 years. And that actually demonstrates the commitment of European companies in Pakistan. Now, while you actually may feel that you don't use Ericsson technology, but EasyPesa, which most of you actually use, is powered by Ericsson. And Bluetooth, which I assume all of you use every day, was a technology that we developed and gave back to the industry. 5G, there has been a lot of talk about 5G and why do we think it is important. Up till 4G, it was more about consumer technology. And what we saw developing on the back of 4G was app economy. You see a lot of apps coming up. You see YouTube and a lot of other things which have come up on the back of 4G. And that is predominantly consumer-based. What 5G is going to enable is a lot of efficiencies in every industry. And I'll only give a few examples to elaborate the point and why it is important for Pakistan. One thing which 5G will do is it will open up the networks, which actually means a developer sitting in Pakistan will have the capability to come up with a use case which then can be scaled for all networks globally. This functionality is not available today. I can give you an example. For instance, we have close to 40,000 towers across Pakistan, telecom towers. And we have very limited weather forecast towers. What 5G will actually enable is all of those towers will have the capability to become weather sensing capability as well. And imagine the use cases that can actually build on top of that for weather forecast, for agriculture, or for anything. And that would actually be opened up by 5G. Another industry which I think will benefit a lot is any which is seeking efficiencies. Whether it is a goods manufacturer in Sialkot, which is running huge factory, and in any factory that you see is a lot of cables. But with 5G, you will actually not need any of those cables because every machine can be connected with a 5G chip. And that will result in lower power consumption. And who knows this better than us, that lower power actually will result in efficiency of the country, but on top of that, low OPEX bills as well. So I think 5G all in all, we see as an enabler for innovation. And we clearly see, I think the work has been done by the government in opening up those highways, and it is more for the industry. And everyone sitting over here and all of you in the room are really going to benefit from it.
Thank you, Amar. So it seems like that technology matters, but I would say that it only matters if it can change the operational performance. And we have a clearest use case. You talked about the use cases for trade and logistics. And then I'll take the discussion to my friend here, Hassan from Maersk. What are the top 3 measurable execution milestones that would make the global carriers treat Port of Karachi and Port Qasim as the reliable transshipment options for Pakistan, given what has happened regionally in last few weeks as well? Maybe if you can shed light on that.
Thank you very much. So I'll start by saying that Pakistan stands at the crossroads of international and regional trade. And the geography that we have is a real advantage. But how do we convert this advantage into on-ground execution? I think that's important. So from the private sector, there is a lot of keenness, interest, enthusiasm. And from the government side, also from the policymakers, we've seen a good policy intent, strong focus from the government on the maritime logistics sector in the last couple of years, which is very commendable. But how do we take it forward? So the overarching principle for logistics and shipping is reliability. So reliability is probably the global currency for logistics sector. And in terms of execution, reliable operations would play a very, very key role. So putting it simply, what global logistics players would look in Pakistan and Pakistani ports would of course be vessel turnaround time, speed, agility, seamless operations, seamless customs procedures, and then of course this whole tech aspect, digitalization, that would be a key enabler as well. And this, of course, also important is the cost side, the predictability, because when these carriers, when these large logistic players, they usually plan in advance, they need that long-term forecast to execute their plans. So again, reliability is extremely vital. And then, of course, what is also of paramount importance is consistency. So consistency in logistics definitely beats any short-term excellence. So what you need is consistent, reliable operations for a longer period of time to really attract global logistic players. We've seen a lot of improvement coming our way. We need to continue working on that. But to be really considered as a key transshipment focal, these really factors would really play a huge role. So again, building on that, I think we talk a lot about Gulf ports. We talk about Singapore as examples, but I think there's a lot to learn from European ports, the port of Antwerp, port of Hamburg, and the port of Rotterdam. I think we can learn a lot from these European examples, incorporate best practices over here, and that will be very, very helpful. Again, in the recent, say, last 10, 12 years, there have been some significant development, and outside 2 examples. One is the port of Tangiers in Morocco, and the other is port of Tanjung Balai Pass in Malaysia. So these ports, and we're not talking about Singapore and Hong Kong, which have been there for decades. These ports in the last 10, 15 years have really transformed the economic landscape of the countries they represent. So I think we have a significant opportunity over here. We can really reap some strong dividends with these reliable, consistent operations. And I think we can really, really change the economic landscape in Pakistan, create some massive, massive impact. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. I'm actually going to ask a follow-up question because you mentioned reliability and consistency, and I heard reliability from Laura as well. What would bring reliability and consistency in port operations? Do you think that it is somehow connected to technology as well? Does technology have a role to play in that?
Absolutely. So technology, digitization is absolutely vital when I talk about vessel turnaround times, when I talk about customs ease, when I talk about seamless processes, technology, digitization is of paramount importance. But apart from, technology and also, I would say, institutional capacity building. So it's not just about infrastructure, it's not about the hard things, the soft things, the processes, the best practices. I think they can really play a key role over here.
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you. So taking the discussion from there, we looked at the logistics as one use case. I'm going to move to the healthcare. In Pakistan, healthcare is a very important sector. So bigger, better, faster. 5G technology isn't just about mobiles, right, Dr. Saira? So how can 5G lay the foundation for materially better healthcare delivery rather than just simply a better connectivity? I would love to have your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Afshin. And picking up from where my colleagues left, 5G is not about streaming anymore. It's about a lady getting in Quetta or Zob or Kustar getting a live real-time consultation on her ECG while the doctor is sitting in Lahore. It's about a lady or a man getting operated in Gilgit-Baltistan while the doctor is giving instructions in Karachi. It's about those cases where people need treatment when the natural catastrophe hits. For example, in the case of the floods of 2022, when people needed interventions and 4G was not able to provide them. So for me and for many of my colleagues who work in the digital space in healthcare, 5G is more about, it's not just a technology update, it's a geographical equalizer. It's a tool for access and inclusivity. 5G is going to make those things possible which 4G couldn't provide. For real-time diagnostics, AI-assisted diagnostics, a bandwidth of 224 Mbps and a sub 47 ms latency is going to make sure that the real-time diagnostics assisted by AI can be provided. A latency above 16.7 is going to reduce the surgical errors by 23%. So the technology, as you said rightly, the infrastructure is actually going to determine whether this 5G technology is going to be an urban thing or it's going to be a national thing. But definitely it has a lot of potential to benefit the population in Pakistan, and it's just not something which is for the developed countries, it's for the countries like us, the emerging economies. Secondly, talking about emergency responses, a 5G-enabled ambulance can save actually the life of a patient in the golden hour. So the initial hour of the patients after the accident or after having some sort of stroke or cardiovascular emergency is the critical hour. So if you get the real-time transmission of the data to the hospital, you can actually save that patient. We talk about logistics. So coming to logistics, having 5G-enabled logistics can convert a prescription into live tracked delivery of insulin to a patient somewhere in Balochistan. It's just not a last mile delivery, it's about clinical continuity. So I can carry on, there's so many examples, but this is what I wanted to highlight, that it's about it's about reducing the geographical barriers. It's about making healthcare more inclusive and more accessible to everyone in Pakistan.
Thank you, Dr. Saira. And since we are running really short on time, I'm going to ask the questions, but I would really appreciate if the speakers can have succinct answers for me, because I do not want to miss the opportunity to go the second round. So starting with you, Minister, beyond connectivity, which interoperability building block is most urgent now? And how can European Union investors engage in a bankable way?
Thank you for that question. So basically, I think the number one priority that we have right now is building our digital public infrastructure, the baseline of which is a national data exchange layer, which is going to be the delivery bus for interoperability of data across all sectors. And we're creating what we call a national master plan for digital transformation. We will have sectoral digital transformation plans underneath that, including health, agriculture, and economy being our priority sectors right now. But the idea is to create a Pakistan stack and then sectoral stacks to ensure that there is data interoperability across within sector and also across the sectors. Paperless government, cashless economy, and contactless, frictionless society are the three pillars on which the whole digital transformation paradigm that we've built under the leadership and vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. These are the clear directions that came right from the top. When you talk about interoperability, I'm just going to, we can take any example. We could take healthcare, for example. The idea is to build either unified medical records, or you can call it one patient, one ID. Pakistan has a unique ability to, because we already have national ID cards and unique identity numbers, which puts us quite ahead in terms of the fact that we can very easily create these digital identities. And we've already started rolling out verified digital identities. We've rolled out over 800,000 as of now, but after the formal launch and inauguration, the testing is over, and we will be en masse rolling out digital identities. And digital identities are not just for you as an individual, but also for businesses. So business and enterprise as a persona will also have digital identities, which then really resolves all the subsequent problems of transparency, efficiency, like our colleague from Musk was saying, reducing dwell times, turnaround times, because eKYC is happening, customs is connected to their digital systems. Clearance can happen before the ships dock. For healthcare, if a patient goes from, let's say, Khuzdar to Peshawar for their treatment, they just need to enter their unique ID, and the doctor should have the medical records. So creating digital identity is a cradle to grave concept of, that how your digital vault in your mobile phones should carry all the data that you require, all the way from your birth certificate, education, health, property, business, and everything that you hopefully are able to achieve in life. And then on the second side is the whole delivery part, right? So whether it is citizen services delivery, less relevant to this conversation, but one thing that I want to put out there is that we've already put out an RFP for digitizing and logging of the RLCOs that across the country. So all the regulations and that are required for any business. So let's suppose tomorrow I decide to open a poultry farm, I will just be able to put in a query and get all the relevant regulations out of the system. So that really eases out the investment part, right? And then on top of that, we will be building, we are actually already building the business portal. So the Pakistan business portal essentially will then do what we all know for a fact is quite a friction-full process of taking documents from office to office. So the idea is that when your enterprise has a digital identity, all the documentation is digitized, it is verified digitally, not that you're going to, so there's also a difference between digitalization and digitization. We're truly making it a digital first mechanism, not just scanning of documents and putting them up there, but verified digital identities. And the point is that, so tomorrow, if person X decides to, let's say, open an IT company, it should be a matter of 5 to 7 minutes where they log in, they tell the system this is what they need to do, and all the requisite documents, because they're already a part of their digital identity, are automatically sent to the relevant offices. So no attestations, no queuing up, no office hopping, but just a one-stop shop for applications. And the investment part comes in here, that now that we're building these systems and we're ensuring transparency, we're ensuring efficiency, and we're coming up with these world-class, this digital public infrastructure, I think therefore this is the peak time for the European countries and companies to invest in Pakistan. And also, you know, we're also very open to everyone being a part of this journey. I think GDPR is a wonderful work done. I was speaking with the ambassador last night. It's very difficult to get all these different countries and the diversity together to agree on a regulation, right? And that's also a challenge that we face in Pakistan. But the way the European Union has been able to navigate through that, I think it's phenomenal. And GDPR is something that we also use as a baseline for a lot of our regulations that are coming in. But the idea is, so whether it is from a policy consultancy, from an operations partnership, where the best destination, you know, when it comes to global outsourcing, so, you know, we're able to not just quality, but also cost competitive services that we can give from Pakistan. So there is just so much opportunity right now with the 240 million population, over 60% of us being young people. We have 200 million mobile subscribers, 150 million mobile internet users. This is a big population, it's a huge market, but also on the governance side with the whole of government approach. And like you said, Naz, the SIFC today is here to ensure that continuity. The whole of government approach, whether it is the political, the military leadership, the bureaucratic leadership, everybody is on a single page to ensure that this continues. The whole policy cycle that we've seen being disrupted time and again continues regardless of the government changes. And that's something that we feel is also a focus. And in order to do that, the Special Investment Facilitation Council has been created, which also resolves all the interministerial struggles that sometimes come forth to our investors and people who wish to do business in Pakistan. I'm not going to deep dive, but just in a single line, along with the digital public infrastructure on the citizen governance and business layers, we also have one of the most robust payment rails, which is RAST, and which also kind of makes the whole ecosystem absolutely conducive to doing business. We're now embedding RAST, moving towards a cashless economy, which essentially means more transparency, better transaction times, and overall business and investment facilitation.
Thank you, Minister. And you know, what Finance Minister sort of promised yesterday with the basic hygiene, and if we club the digital infrastructure with paperless economy, e-government, and digital you know, identities, I think Pakistan is very much open to business for European investors. Since we are absolutely running on short on time, I'm going to ask one question from all the rest of panelists, and really apologize for that. But if you could share this one thought based on whatever the questions we were supposed to answer, if there's one thing that you'd like to share with the audience in 1 minute each, I would really appreciate if we go around the panel to share how you, from your perspective, your sector or your perspective, see opportunities in Pakistan and see Pakistan as the next investment destination for the private sector. Thank you. Starting with Naz and going around the same way.
Thank you, Afshin. So we see a lot of opportunity. I mean, as IFC, we've tripled our investments and commitments to the country in the last 3.5 years. So we are committing and mobilizing about $2 billion a year for the country. And when it comes to what one can do, there's a lot that you can do over here. So when you talk about de-risking, there are many areas where we can. As far as the government is concerned, key areas for them which are aligned with us, agri is a key area, MSMEs, the micro and SME lending is a key area. So we've brought in risk-sharing facilities because we know capital is not an issue in Pakistan at all. There's a lot of capital here, but the ability to take risk is an issue. So then you can bring in toolkits to actually, share that risk. Infrastructure, within infrastructure, ports, logistics, urban infrastructure, and here the one thing that we would request of government is that a lot of this lies in the federal and provincial remit. Please put these out as PPPs. So let the private sector come in. There just isn't enough public sector funding to address the infrastructure needs of the country. So let the private sector come in and we will come in and help finance. Stop here. Thanks.
Laura.
So bouncing on that, I'm going to continue on climate risk. And I think one truly strategic action to do to actually boost like economy-wide green competitiveness in Pakistan, or in any country for that matter, would be to look beyond the so-called climate finance and also carbon finance, all these niche things, and start working on the whole financial ecosystem in a broad way. And a strategic approach to it would be to start pricing the climate risk in all finance, because that would automatically then align any project seeking funding with sustainability and climate frameworks and standards. And this is not a challenge in Pakistan only, it's a challenge globally. And why don't you start EU-Pakistan financial institutions network as one part of the business network? That would be a great platform to bring forward this kind of financial sector catalytic collaboration that will help broader business-to-business collaboration as well. That's it.
Thank you. Amer?
Yeah, very quickly, I think the work on 5G has been done, but 5G is a platform. Let's make sure when we invest on that, we invest in ecosystems which are open and not a locked system. But I think while we are doing that, AI is very important. And 5G really becomes a very important role and enabler for AI. And I think if we really put effort into that, in developing that and developing the ecosystem, I think we can really become a global player in that.
Thank you. Hassan?
So the opportunity is real over here, and Maersk has been invested in Pakistan for decades. We see strong growth coming in, robust measures being taken, and again, whether it's integration of Pakistan into a global network, whether it's end-to-end solutions, whether it's transshipment, we remain keen. And as the enablers get strengthened and we see more consistency and reliability coming into the system, I think Pakistan is definitely the place to invest and grow. So yeah, we remain bullish on Pakistan and definitely see some strong opportunity in the future.
Thank you. Dr. Saira?
So I'll just, in a very brief way, say that the future is present. So this is the right time to be in the Pakistani market. It's just not about the investment, it's also a unique opportunity for the European companies to be here. And I don't need to reiterate that, because my colleagues have already said that. It's because of the unique dynamics of the country, it's about the unique population, it's about the size of the market, it's about so many other factors. So be here, don't wait for the future, because the future is present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saira. And here, I would like to end the panel by saying that if we do have the policy clarity, that will ensure that, we have investor confidence. If we have financing opportunities available, de-risking of the viable projects, we would have these brave ladies and gentlemen who are investors or entrepreneurs to plunge in and make that investment and make Pakistan great. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you to the Honorable Minister, our moderator, and all the panelists. This was truly a heavyweight, and we thoroughly enjoyed the observations made by each one of them, the diversity of opinion, because of course this was cross-sectoral from development to hardcore private sector to innovation, how it all comes together in order to paint the big picture is extremely important. Ladies and gentlemen, our next sessions are breakout sessions that are happening simultaneously. So allow me to tell you a little bit about them. First and foremost, the third breakout session is titled as Business to Government, the B2G Dialogue, and this is by invitation only. For those of you who are invited to this policy roundtable, your destination is going to be the Lapis Ballroom. Thank you for that. The next breakout session, which is again open for everyone, is themed around green logistics and connectivity. This is powering the future of EU-Pakistan and connectivity. For this, you'll be heading to the Crystal Ballroom if the green logistics is a subject of your interest. And then simultaneously here in the Grand Ballroom, we'll be focused on mining. This is the responsible resource partnerships for Europe and for Pakistan. We have wonderful discussions lined up which are going to happen simultaneously. They're beginning right now at 11 and they will then break off or complete with lunch. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're invited to the B2G roundtable, your destination is going to be the Lapis Ballroom. And in case you are opting for the green logistics, then please head to the Crystal Ballroom. Again, this is going to happen simultaneously. And here in this very hall, we'll be discussing mining, the responsible resource partnerships for Europe and for Pakistan. For this, ladies and gentlemen, may I now take this opportunity to hand over to our moderator for this session. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Martin Henkelmann. He is the Chief Executive Officer of AHK. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our moderator, Dr. Martin.
Excellencies, company representatives, ladies and gentlemen, also from my side, a warm welcome to our panel, Unlocking Pakistan's Mineral Wealth, a strategic EU-Pakistan partnership for critical raw materials, CRM. We all saw a great first day yesterday, and I personally enjoyed a lot the speech of His Excellency, the Finance Minister. And he was pointing out, he was speaking about diversifying the business relations between the European Union and Germany. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested to see one of the key sectors how to diversify the business relations between the EU and Pakistan, then you're certainly right in our panel. My name is Martin Henkelmann. I'm the CEO of the German Chamber abroad, also responsible here for Pakistan, and I will be your host today. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has one of Southeast Asia's most diverse mineral profiles with copper, with large copper deposits, with gold, with silver, with chromite, with bauxite, and many other minerals I would not even pronounce correctly. And the Pakistan government has therefore identified the minerals economy as key sector for growth, hence engaging intensively with the international and national stakeholders. On the other side, the European Union has engaged heavily, is strongly committed to work closely on diversifying its supplier network and for critical raw materials. And additionally, the European Union has strong, very experienced companies, innovative partners, and with lots of experience in the extractive industries. Now, let's discuss how we can best combine these two supply curves and demand and supply curves and make this a good fit. Let's discuss how we overcome the obstacles, and let's see how we come from project to production. And I'm very delighted to have 5 esteemed panelists with me here today. And while the room clears up a little bit, I would like to welcome here with me our 5 panelists, which I will call on stage, and I would ask you to take then the seats from the left to the right. And I start with Dr. Nawaz Ahmed Firk. He's Director General at the Ministry of Energy. He has a vast experience in energy and in the mineral sector in the Pakistan government. Thank you very much for being with us. Then I have Dr. Samuel Rist. He's the resident representative of UNDP in Pakistan. Dr. Rist has served in many positions at the UNDP and also in the UN organization. Thank you very much for being with us, Dr. Rist. Yeah, please. Also with us is Marco Arena. He's a loan officer of the European Investment Bank. He is an economist with 15 years of international experience in finance, infrastructure, development, and thank you very much also for being with us, Marco. As a representative of the private sector, I'm very happy that our 4th speaker, panelist, comes from the private sector. Let us welcome Ziba Muhyiddin, CEO of the Pan-Asian Group and Vice Chairman of VPL. Thank you for being with us. Ziba has 3 decades of private sector experience across telecom, infrastructure, and finance. Thank you very much for being with us. And a good panel about mining is not possible without a lawyer. Let me say this, and therefore happy to have Hassan Mantviwala with us. He is partner in the law firm Mantviwala Safar. He's a seasoned lawyer in international transaction, and the very good point is he had been very deeply involved in drafting the Mines and Mineral Act 25. So great that you were with us, Hassan. Thank you very much. And regarding the flow of our discussion, we will do 2 rounds of questions and then a Q&A session. So please note your questions as well. You will have a chance to ask the questions if you get good through with the time. All right. Change of position. Okay, this works. Very good. Thank you very much. Starting with Dr. Firk. Dr. Firk, Pakistan has unquestioned large deposits when it comes to very relevant minerals, also very interesting for the European Union. And could you unwrap for us what Pakistan has been doing to make this potential available, that we can tap on this, and how this plays for the investors?
Thank you for your brief introduction. As you stated that Pakistan is blessed with lot of vast but underexplored mineral potential. Be it metallic minerals, be it critical minerals, gemstones, we have copper, we have lithium, cobalt, tungsten. So we have, these are the minerals which can support energy transition, global efforts to curb the climate change. So to develop the technologies, minerals are gaining importance globally. So we have the mineral assets. Multiple projects are already in production. Let's say I can example, we have Sandik project where we are producing copper concentrate. We have Boya project, we are also producing copper concentrate. We are producing lead and zinc and barite. And of course, we are also focusing on the coal for local energy needs. Multiple projects are under exploration and in development phase. One of the largest project is the Reko Diq project. Then the second largest would be the Sadik project. So these are the 2 projects which are under development and multiple exploration efforts are underway. We are sitting on long run of Tethyan copper belt, which is proven, resource of metallic minerals, especially the copper. So there is a need, and we are working on it, reforming the entire, regulatory processes, revitalization of our institutions like Geological Survey of Pakistan for effective conduct of geological surveys and provide baseline studies for further exploration to take place. And we have introduced new harmonized Mines and Mineral Act to revitalize our provincial departments and harmonize all the policy and regulatory framework across the country for better visibility for the international investors. Alongside that, we are, in talks and engaged with international key players at the government level, at the B2B level, B2G level, across entire mineral sector value chain, including exploration, then development and planning and the production and of course the mineral processing. We want to move beyond export of raw material towards mineral processing and value addition for local industrialization as well as, be part of international, global, responsible mineral value chain player. So these are the areas where, of course, international investors and European Union countries can be very potential countries, players who have the technology, who have the finance, who have experience in mining, who needs materials. So we are open here to attract the European Union players and be part of the mineral sector to help us develop mineral sector, meet our domestic needs, and also get spare minerals to meet their domestic EU needs of their industry.
And thank you very much. And you mentioned already, I think, a very important point. You said also about processing more in the country, coming from pure extraction and exporting also to creating added value here. Could you point out a little bit more on precisely what's provided there, particularly as many of the European companies probably are particularly interested in being below the EPC contractor, exactly in this kind of processing in this part here. What can we expect there? Also a little bit perhaps on the timeline when these processes come to go.
Directly, I think, answers your question is if I speak about the entrance of your service providers, contractors, it is, of course, depends on the project developer. If I give example of Recodic and Seadik, and in the past, let's say, our Tharkol project, so these are the, the companies which are engaging the contractors based on their own needs. So government, of course, provide the facilitation in terms of fiscal incentives for, let's say, custom duty reduction for import of machinery, and exemption from taxes or certain levies for international contractors and investors. And in addition to participation in the services sector, I think there are a lot of opportunities to enter into exploration phase, either joining with the existing partners within the country or directly acquire, exploration blocks, enter into mining phase, and then, of course, develop the project and bring along all the technologies and produce the minerals. And it is essential for sustainable mineral supply chain. Just becoming, in addition to the mineral contracts. So we should move beyond that, be part of active player in the mineral supply chain.
And nail you on the timeline. What do you think, kind of building the supply chain? How long would you think? When will we see this?
I think in mining sector, timelines are very long. It is not 1 year time. It is not 6 months time. So multiple projects are under production, and supplies are, of course, already fixed. Then Recodic supplies are also fixed for first phase. Seadik is still open, and new supplies will come from, of course, from the new explorations. and exploration may take 5 to 10 years. So short timelines are not possible, I would say. So be realistic, about 5 to 10 years timelines are reasonable timeline, I think.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Dr. Samuel Rist from the resident representative of the UNDP here. Thank you for being with us. And can you bring us a little bit in the picture of the activities of the UNDP here, particularly when it comes to what activities that are relevant for the mining sector here?
Thanks very much. I'm pleased to be here, and part of what I will actually discuss relates to our partnership with Germany on community stabilization in some of these areas that are plentiful with mines and opportunities. And then the other part that I'll mention is our link in UNDP to business and human rights and responsible business and mining. So let me just say a couple of things to begin on the bigger frame of development here in the country. If anyone remembers 2022 and 2023, this was a very different country. This was a country that was emerging from a flood that wiped out $30 billion worth of GDP. Insecurity was abound, macroeconomic meltdown nearly happening, and there was a new government that was also coming in towards the end of the year in 2023. Dr. Nawaz spoke about long timelines, but I saw a very short turnaround between 2022 and 2023 and where Pakistan is in 2025 and 2026. Almost like a tale of two Pakistans, then and now. This, I think, is where the opportunity is popping up. How to start thinking about Pakistan, as the popular saying is going, Pakistan is open for business. And in the mining sector, what does that actually mean for UNDP, but everyone else, the government, the private sector, the community, etc. I think most of what we've been saying recently in UNDP, along the work that we do either in climate or governance, etc., falls into this discussion, which is, if you're already perceiving a line from macroeconomic stabilization to growth, to how that trickles down in human development, then I think you can say almost the exact same thing about mining. Community stabilization is important. Growth will be an important opportunity for Pakistan, and mining is part of that. It's the next part that's about human development and how that trickles down that is actually important. This morning I asked the team in UNDP that works on development policy to help us look at one of the different policy and human development initiatives that we've had for the last 3 or 4 years. With the Ministry of Planning, we've been mapping the 20 poorest districts in Pakistan. 20 most vulnerable districts, however you want to call them, 11 of which are in Balochistan, 3 are in KP. Of the 11 that are actually in Balochistan, over half of them are actually plentiful in mines. Same thing for KP. Of those that are plentiful with mines, they are also have been labored by insecurity for quite a long time. And I mean here physical insecurity, violence. And I think this kind of map is really what's important, which is a country like Pakistan has this ability to do well and do good at the same time. And that, I think, is where the mining sector then and the environmental, social, and governance safety guards actually come in. I think we understand, generally speaking, that from the perspective of an investor, some parts of Pakistan appear high risk. And I think that's not actually a deal breaker in many countries. We have supported the mining sector in South Sudan, Mongolia, Solomon Islands, Guinea, Thailand, and many others as well. And mostly it's about the extractives industry and the transparency around that. High risk, I think, requires high mitigation measures. So that's one part. Secondly, and I think we can come back to this in the next round, what does that actually mean for the community on the ground that will actually benefit from this amazing opportunity? Almost every hurdle that is presented in the mining sector, the infrastructure is not great, human resource capacity is not great, can actually be flipped into a real tangible development opportunity for local communities.
Yeah, thank you very much. Exactly, we will look in the second round then on the question how we can tap on this potential that you described and what are the solutions. Thank you very much. Let me go to Marco Arena, the loan officer of the European Investment Bank. Can you wrap up a little bit what the AIB is at the moment doing here, getting more and more involved, as we heard and as we learned, and why is AEB now coming to Pakistan? What is the momentum there, and kind of what is the investment opportunity there?
Thank you, Martin, for the question. So the commitment of EIB in Pakistan goes back to a long way. We started to engage and we signed our country framework agreement in 1995. We financed some actually pretty interesting projects, Tarbela, Ghazi Boroda, Warsak. And there was a bit of a hiatus. So last project was in 2015, Warsak, but we are engaging, and this comes from the top. There is real interest in this region from the European Commission for the EIB to engage, and we are starting with a couple of projects. The first was signed in December in water in Karachi, huge impact in collaboration with the World Bank. We are looking also at signing very soon a project in housing, again in Sindh. The opportunities in Pakistan, as many of the panelists, but as I hear from the discussion, are impressive. It doesn't, let's say, it's not only related to housing, water, energy, critical raw materials. And when we talk about critical raw materials, of course, construction is key, but also the infrastructure that enable and make a project successful. Talking about energy, transport, very important, interconnectivity in general. So we see Pakistan as a very strong partner that could grow in the portfolio of EIB. Of course, there are some challenges, but we see, and the discussions that we had in these 3 days also with my director, Turaya Triki, who decided to join me in this mission, highlight how there is strong commitment from different institutions and the government itself.
Okay, so you said opportunity challenges, and we look on how AEB is helping to go on this in a second round. But the overall risk profile of Pakistan when it comes to mineral and mining, how would you describe it, the overall risk assessment with your vast experience?
Yeah. So in general, in mining, what we see is that the risk, it's not in itself the geological risk. Engineering, it's often the easiest part. We know how to handle this. There are excellent companies, local and international companies. Often the greater risks are around policies, regulation, stability. In terms of regulation, we see, for example, the fact that regulation should be predictable, and a lot of steps have been done by Pakistan and other countries in that direction. Also, contract enforceability, very important, currency risks, but also ESG. Often, I know with our colleagues from the private sector, where we talk about ESG, we can think about compliance nightmares, but at the bank we see it from another perspective. So we see that evidence from mines and critical raw materials projects around the world shows that when these risks are actually tackled, not just on paper but in reality, the projects are more successful. So means better return on investment, more stable cash flows over the medium and long term. So that's why we try actually to invest in projects that do have and tackle these issues to the core.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we look on how we address these risks in a moment. Let me first go to the private sector. Colleague Ziba Muhyiddin, the CEO of Pan-Asian Group and Vice Chair of VPL. Could you describe perhaps a little bit the activity of Pan-Asian Group? Many in the room might not know the group and VPL, and particularly your activities in the private
sector, because as you heard the finance minister, honorable finance minister yesterday mentioned that, you know, it's the private sector that has to lead this. The government is there, the governments are there as enablers, but really the private sector has to step up. So with that, I just want to mention that yes, the Pan-Asian Group has been present in Pakistan for 55 years, and we've been working a lot with, especially starting with the Swedish industries, and on the mining side, more specifically with companies like Volvo, which is a global player, and Sandvik, And we are present in some of the larger mines with not just our products, but our services, which is actually an extremely important element of it. And I think that's something that the European companies also need to understand, that it's about not just purchase decisions, it's about life cycle management. And I think that's where the true value that the European companies bring to the table.
And where do you see at the moment Pakistan, if you compare to other markets? Where do they stand? Where are the big opportunity, and where is the big challenge for you as a company that is delivering then goods, products, machinery, service to the EPC contractors?
Martin, I think it poses both, there's sort of attractive parts about where Pakistan is today, and then there's some challenges. And I think some of those challenges have been alluded to slightly here. And, but on what makes it more attractive is that we really have a leapfrog opportunity in Pakistan in mining, which is very, very important for us to understand, because especially the European companies, right? Because we are not locked down with any legacy mining systems, just because we haven't had that, and we haven't had that investment. So that helps us to really leapfrog to state-of-the-art technologies, right? Starting from automation on the mines, electrification for sustainability and all that, extremely important, and then all the way to digital mining. And we heard a lot of use cases in the last panel on digital, but believe me, there are so many more in that space, where even 5G was being talked about, even that rolls in. I mean, we cannot have even Reko we talk about. There's currently plans that every single production machine in the future is being spec'd out today to be digital ready. So that requires a 5G network. And then I can talk more about that. But the point is that for Pakistan, this is an opportunity that we attract European companies and solution providers for this. And then there's one other thing I think that's important, and that's there's an ESG gap in mining here, but that gap is an opportunity. It's not a challenge, and the opportunity is that we should be able to bring and apply all those compliances and so on and so forth, and really uplift the industry here of mining. And I think some of the companies have already demonstrated that extremely well. If you look at Sindh Angro mining, they have, I mean, I don't see, unfortunately, any females on this panel. So it doesn't mean mining does not have females. In fact, I think Pakistan is one of the few countries where we have female drivers, operators of heavy-duty mining trucks, and they're all indigenous from the province of Sindh. So I think these are some of the best practices we can showcase where this gets aligned with the European companies, especially European companies' objectives.
Great, good that you speak so encouraging to the German and the European companies in general in the room. What I hear often is a challenge here in the region is, of course, the competition from other Asian manufacturers for heavy machinery, etc. Could you quickly say a word about this when we speak about the challenges?
Yes, we've been facing that challenge, and the world is facing that challenge. But again, that challenge, there lies an opportunity. And one thing that we must really understand is that in Pakistan, for European companies to really be on a success path, we have to slightly alter the global way of thinking. And by that I mean, globally mining companies, as Europeans, we go in at the feasibility stage and we start engaging, or we go in at the EPC stage and we start engaging. Here in Pakistan, because it has not been matured yet as an industry to that degree, I think the best way to compete with other countries or other regions in this segment is to go in a little early. And going in early means going in at the pre-feasibility stages, going in at stages where so one should not be applying technology Because if you apply technology and you come in too late, it becomes a cost discussion. We are not going to win on cost discussions. We are going to win on life cycle discussions. So that narrative has to be switched over, and that can only happen if we are able to engage early on. I think that's extremely important.
Thank you very much. We have spoken about financial risk, we have spoken about the governance risk, etc. One risk that we always have in large projects is, of course, the whole mitigation of the legal questions. With this, I come to Hassan Mandviwala. Perhaps from your side, as you have been also involved in drafting the Mines and Minerals Act, can you share your view on the legal environment for the mining industry here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Martin, and thank you, esteemed panelists. It's an honor to be here. Just for context, this is the third time I'm speaking on mining, once internationally and twice in Islamabad in the last 6 months. So you can see how relevant an area this has become. I think the biggest endowment that we currently have is the Mines and Minerals Act of 2025, because our legislation prior to this was the Mines Act 1923 and another law from 1949. So where this has developed the ecosystem is significant, because obviously decades in between have resulted in technological improvements. There is a mining cadastre system in which different minerals and their accessibility and where they're located and who owns them can be accessed. You have all the options from 6 months of a license to 30 years of a mining lease. So that all exists. There's a big concern about, because the minerals are essentially owned by the provinces constitutionally. And there's always a concern that different provinces have different laws and different environments. But this law actually gives a little bit of federal oversight. So what's been created under this law is a district mining liaison committee to adjudicate any kind of disputes that come from, let's say, if there is a stakeholder in one province and a license holder in another province, that will deal with the entire issue. And you know, what that translates to me as a lawyer is I don't want to see any of these mining disputes go to the courts. At the end of the day, they should be kind of dismissed. Sorry, the second they reach any kind of higher forum. The District Mining Liaison Committee has an appellate tribunal that is constituted with experts on top of that. So really there is an adjudication process that has been created to keep it within the realm of mining. Another, I think, interesting part about the 2025 Act is that a schedule has given the salient features of a model mineral agreement. And I think the cocktail that needs to be crafted out for the blueprint of mining to work is a good law, which at least on the face of it looks foreign investor friendly, and a model mineral agreement so that you can actually contract on a clause by clause basis with the government and say that, look, there are some stabilization clauses that I would like if there is a change in law, if there's a change in policy. So what is essentially, you know, foreign investors and EU investors looking for? They're looking for certainty and they're looking for traceability. So the certainty will come by way of the new law. I'm not sure it's 100% known, but Pakistan's foreign exchange regime is very, very liberal. There's 100% repatriation on foreign investment from Pakistan. The central bank completely endorses that. And yes, we have faced liquidity crisis historically, but there is no law that restricts repatriation and foreign investment from going outside in the form of dividend or initial investment. So the new law, the free foreign exchange regime, and the fact that there is a model mineral agreement that stakeholders have the ability to negotiate with the government, I think will really pave the way for this certainty and this traceability in Pakistan for the new mining options that become available, not only for foreign investors, for local investors and off-takers and EPC contractors that will be coming in.
I hear some pride from someone who has been involved in drafting the law here. Very good. Totally natural. Many of the European companies in the room and the representatives of the European companies in the room, they also wonder how is the situation for the contractor, once again the tier 1, tier 2 suppliers
for the EPC contractor. Can you say a little bit about the challenges of how the legal framework for this contracting is?
Of course.
So the B2B level, just to say clearly, the private-to-private company contract, we have been speaking about the government to the EPC contract, but now let's look a little bit on the level below, with Pan-Asian would be contracting with the EPC. What's the legal framework here?
So I think if I can break it down in three ways. One is just to give you a little context about how this law came about. There's been a benchmarking exercise from some serious first world and foreign investor friendly jurisdictions. So Australia, Chile, Indonesia, Malaysia, all these laws were taken into context in order to build what's called the Investor Dream Mining Act of 2025, right? The second point that I'll take away from the previous panel is I heard IFC, and we work regularly with DFIs, 2 billion has been committed in the last 3 years. So that is the DFIs coming back in a very aggressive way. That tells you a lot about the ESG element that they will bring, the blueprint that they will bring in terms of financing, the DFI project financing documentation that will come and develop the local banking sector, security that will be created on mining elements such as, it will not be just security in the classical sense of project finance. There will be very mining specific security that will be created. So all of this is useful for the EPC contractor to look at when they're looking at investing in Pakistan, because it's actually the ecosystem that's being created which will give them the kind of push to come in. And there are, there's IFC, there's the Japan International Bank that's also coming in the Recodic project. I think it's always looked at from a Recodic perspective because that's the largest international financing that's taking place in Pakistan. But other than that, there is also a lot of availability to come into perhaps smaller projects, the smaller licenses, if there's not appetite for a 30-year mining lease, there's certainly appetite for a 6-month exploratory regime. So I think there's many options for EPC contractors.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's go in a second round now, looking on the step forward, on the how we can overcome challenges, really tap on the potential. And I would start with Dr. Firk again. When you look forward now, and also after having consulted a lot with international organizations and having the first feedback rounds now also from EPC contractors, are there already some measures which you're planning, some regulation adjustment, which we can look forward to even better exploit the opportunities here?
I think exact answer, I don't have direct dealing with the contractors or the consultants. It is B2B engagement perhaps, or G2B engagement. But at government level, I give example like introduction of Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Act 2022. It was, though specific to Recodic, addressing all these challenges, right? At the company level, which is the mining company, and also at the contractor and service provider level. So all those challenges which were, foreseen at that time, they were addressed. And some of the challenges which were appearing later on, which were not covered at that time, let's say we faced, application of GST, even in development phase, and also the withholding tax at the development phase. It means it was increasing the cost of the project, though it is a development phase. So we are working with finance division, and we have hired, Woodmac consultant. They are guiding us, and to greater extent, finance division is going to agree to defer these kind of, the taxes, so that your development cost is reduced. So let's say income tax then will start applying once you produce and earn some profits. So this way, Government of Pakistan is facilitating at all levels, not only at the company, but also at contracted and service provider level. And I hope whatever difficulty will appear, government is here to assist them.
Thank you very much. And if I may say, as we know, it takes two to tango, and we always speak about the Pakistani EU relations and diversifying them. Is there anything from the Pakistani side, governmental side, when it comes to the mining sector, that you would also say it would be great if there are some movement on the European side and the EU legislation, or from the institutions when it comes to credits and investment?
I think I would like to give example of support from EU countries in Recodic, one of the recent example. From Finvera, ICANN, then Deutsche Bank is there, perhaps IGN is there from the German. They are directly commercial banks either, or they are the grantors and off-takers of concentrate. So this way they are already here, and from Denmark, FL Smith is already in cement sector, and they're also now entering into mining services sector as well. So already I see the penetration and the footprint of European companies and the countries in mining sector of Pakistan, and of course a lot of opportunities are here to further enhance the collaboration.
Thank you very much. Dr. Risk, when we spoke about the risk, lots of aspects were also about the question of getting involvement of society, ESG criteria, and I think this is the field where our friends from UNDP play a very important role. So how do you see the aspects there? What are you working on when it comes to the societal acceptance of the project here? Thank you very much.
So I think that, I mean, just to begin, I agree with Zibber that design is very important. Early design is very important. The first few months are very important. Human development and inclusive growth is not a byproduct of mining. It is an actual indicator of success. Profitability, I think, is great. Making sure everyone is secure, I think that's okay. But I think making sure that you build in the design this development and inclusive growth is really quite important. And that's why I think this is where the discussion then doesn't really become, rocket science-ish. I think in human development, most folks looks at education and health and standards of living. If you look at education within a small community that has a mine next door, etc., education can look like a better school, more spending on education that is locally driven, or it can be TVET, skills development for young people who can eventually work in the mine, or maybe they have these skills that actually go beyond that. Health. Mining, most people look at occupational health for miners. So yes, black lungs and everything, but what about all of the other byproducts that actually build health into the whole discussion? So clean water, clean air, all of these things I think become important. And the last part that I think is also important is the economic activity, for people to actually do better financially as well and to have better living standards. And this is where I also agree with Zibber that perhaps the mining sector is actually more diverse than this panel, and there are opportunities there. But in order to be able to think about what that means, you have to think about mining as an ecosystem. It's not just folks that are extracting from the ground, but it's everything around it. So there are the smaller micro-enterprises, there's the youth employment, there's everything else that I think really relates to that as well. So I think design for deliberate human development results in particularly vulnerable areas becomes an issue. And then I think what's most important also about early design is building in grievance redress mechanisms. If you don't get it right in the beginning, retrofitting grievance redress mechanisms afterwards is disingenuous and an afterthought. There's no one, I think, in this room or globally at this point that will say, I didn't know this stuff. I got surprised by these communities rising up and saying after 2 or 3 or 5 years worth of mining, my health is worse, education is worse, and I'm not doing better in my pocketbook. So I think the deliberate design on all of these things, I think, are important. Remember, economic development, labor standards, all of these things are rights. They're not nice to haves, they're not byproducts. I think these are rights, and I think that's what's important. What I probably should conclude with by saying is, in the private sector now, whether locally or globally, most of the discussions that we hear from our partners, whether it's Jazz or OICCI colleagues, etc., they have gone well beyond corporate social responsibility or charity. This is more about an alignment with development results, with, in many cases, sustainable development goals that they see as good for the business and good for the community. It manages risk, but I think it's kind of like a rising tide lifts all boats.
And if you break this down on region here in Pakistan, could you also already say a little bit in which region and which project you are involved and which measures you are supporting there?
Yeah, so I think the most clear example, I think, are two experiences that we have now. There's the community stabilization supported by Germany, and there's the business and human rights due diligence supported by the EU. Regionally speaking, I think a lot of this is landing in Balochistan and KP for particular historical reasons, but I suspect that actually might expand as well. In fact, some of the business and human rights work that we do is in Sindh with Suzuki and with others too. And like I said very early, it's not only that this is historical alignment of programming and where donors and partners want to spend, but I think the poverty belt, the vulnerability belt in these particular locations is really quite clear. And in order to have also one of the issues related to mining that is important, adequate and good resource distribution, these are the areas that are probably going to be the most targeted.
And for the company representatives in the room, how can they reach out? Because your help, your support is not only addressed to the governmental institutions, but also, I mean, how can companies benefit from your knowledge and your expertise and your support and the programs?
So I think within the UN system, I think most of the addresses are pretty well known. For an overall perspective on development, UNDP is there. For labor and occupational safety, ILO is there. For inclusion and women's rights, UN Women, and there are many others that actually do this as well. And I think, like I said, if they're looking at particular initiatives to plug into the extractives and transparency initiative that is now popular in at least 5 or 6 countries, including in the Asia-Pacific region, is a very concrete way of actually doing that. The business and human rights approach is really quite important as well. And I think from our perspective, we don't approach the subject, and I don't think anyone approaches us from a blue washing perspective. If we can just get a seal, or if we can just get a logo from the UN, then this makes all of this kosher. That's really not the case. I believe that there are really genuine investors that are looking at making life good for a lot of the vulnerable communities around the country.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Going to Marco Arena. Now looking on IAB, how to finance, where do you see, I mean, we learned that you are involved now in Karachi in a housing project and here in the Sindh region. Where do you see the steps that have to be improved, the next steps to make the project more bankable for you? Where are you looking at the moment, particularly on which aspect when there are submitted proposals?
Yeah, thank you. So, I would say the first one, and probably the hardest to prove, is a reliable framework, regulatory framework. Because of course, laws can be passed, regulation can be passed, but this is demonstrated through the years in the medium and long term. In terms of bankability, I would say like the strength of the sponsors is very important. We look at it very closely, but also ESG and traceability. And again, usually we look at the regulation in place, but then case by case we see also how these regulations are implemented. It's really important to see how actually are the results on the field here. I would say very important is also that there is, in a way, a strategic angle that benefits both Pakistan but also Europe. As you might know, the shareholders of the European Investment Bank are the 27 member states, and, for example, offtakes, it's something that we look at. Of course, we don't expect that all the offtake will go to Europe. That's unthinkable in an interconnected world. but having a strong connection to European market is key. Why? Because, of course, the European Investment Bank support the critical EU critical CRM Act, which would enable Europe to secure CRM for their green transition, digital transition, that are ultimately very important for European competitiveness. These are the key elements, I would say, but of course, when we look at case by case, we call it, I would say, bankability package, in the sense that it's not a tick boxing exercise. Of course, in some of these elements, the project could be more advanced or less advanced. We look at a general way.
Thank you, Marco. And one question, which is often a question from European companies here in the room or general, is the IAB is financing big projects, and there is too less that goes to Europe. Just to address this very openly, this concern. What is the point of the IAB on this issue? And I just wanted to give you the opportunity also to share this with us.
Thank you, Martin, for this question. I think it reflects the interest of the audience. The European Investment Bank has an open bidding policy. We don't do tight financing. But of course, we, for example, look at projects where we know that European companies have an edge. But also, more and more, we are moving towards focusing more on quality than just price. And why? Because ultimately actually we see that in the financials of the project over the long term, we are talking about investments that last 30, 40 years. That makes a difference financially. And that results so if you compare European Investment Bank contracts, share of contracts won by European companies compared to other multilateral development financial institutions, the EIB by far is the leading. So we're talking about around over 45%. Having said so, we work with excellent companies, local companies from Pakistan, you name it, Turkey, Mexican companies that bid internationally, and we're very happy to maintain that approach.
Thank you very much. Going to Siba Muhyiddin, as the one on the ground, from your side, what needs to be done that we even deblock more the mining sector for the tier 1, tier 2 suppliers? What could be done there to help you?
For the supply side, you're saying? Or?
No, for your company like you that is supplying machinery and working then with the large contractors. What could be done for you to make the market more attractive?
Yeah. I feel it's important that, first of all, we start to look at the Pakistani mining market not just as a mining market that's about to grow. I feel, and this is relating to that leapfrog opportunity point, right? I feel this is really, scratching the surface opportunity that we can build upon, which means speed, I think. Speed is critically important. And whether we talk about if on the larger projects we need ECA's involvements, whether it's multilateral funding involved, even if on the commercial side, I think speed is critically important. That speed does not mean that we need to deliver the equipment, as you're saying, for supplies, as of tomorrow. Because some of these projects, they go, their lifespans are 30 years, right? 30 plus years even. And that's several, cycles of equipment and services that will happen during that period. So I think it's important to have the speed aligned with every part of our delivery process. And ultimately, I think it's also it's very important for all stakeholders to understand, and that there's some friction between the various stakeholders, right? At least in the mining sectors in developing countries. And that starts from the contractors, the inefficiencies, if there's inefficiencies at the contractor level, there's inefficiencies at the operator level, there might be certain inefficiencies at the suppliers levels, right, who are making the equipment. That has to be ironed out, and that takes strong regulation and on the legal side at the higher level, but it trickles down to the companies, right? And ultimately, what it feeds is we need to have a view on not just the cost and the time, but we need to have a view on the mine economics, because in this sector, the mine economics go way beyond a 2-year or 3-year return and so on and so forth.
Okay, and if you would say besides speeds and certainly a certain flexibility, what else would you recommend European companies going into the market? In mining, of course, but also in other kind of partner perhaps in the country?
Yeah, I think two recommendations I would make. Is I think local partnerships are critically important because they ultimately end up bridging, us as European companies, we bring a lot of global standards and leading technology to the table, right? But I think the local partners play this important role of acting as a bridge. The bridge between global standards and global technologies and local realities. And that sometimes, especially the larger companies cannot fully fathom. So I think that part, that local partnerships and choosing the right ones, of course, is extremely important. Second element is that, do not just, especially for the mining sector and in Pakistan, don't just get, enamored by the large Recodic projects and the CIDIC and so on and so forth. Please do not. This entire sector has to develop, and like with every other sector, the SME is extremely important. So we need to focus on the smaller opportunities as well. And sometimes these smaller opportunities for European companies actually end up being the best contained showcases, right? To demonstrate our technology leadership, to demonstrate our digital leadership and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much for pointing this out. Let me go to, before we come to the Q&A, let me go to Hassan Vivala. As someone who has been involved in drafting the very important act, and coming back to the question I asked Mr. Vilk, what do you see what could be important steps now to go really further with the mining sector here? What could be the next steps, regulation adjustment that we need now on the legal side?
So let me give you the legal and the commercial angle on this, right? On the legal side, between 2011 and 2013, arguably our largest mining project was declared invalid by the Supreme Court. Fast forward, 2022, the Supreme Court has actually re-endorsed it. And there's equity that has come in by the government of Pakistan, government of Balochistan, and Barrick, which is Recodic. So really, we've learned from our mistake as well. That is not going to happen again. So if there's those kind of apprehensions and anxieties about coming in, I think our legal, regulatory, and constitutional and court-related framework has all understood this. In terms of what more can be done, spreading awareness at different forums. For example, the Pakistan Minerals Conference that took place in 2025. That was a big show involving every single stakeholder of Pakistan. And working behind the scenes on the law, I can actually attest to the fact that there was complete alignment. You had all the provincial chief ministers, you had the political and military leadership, all signaling one aspect, which is that Pakistan is open for business and Pakistan is open for business for mining. So, and that is exactly what the law has in it. There is also, I forgot to mention, there is a mineral investment facilitation wing. Anything, any question that you possibly have, and any regulator or authority that you'd be dealing in Pakistan within the space of mining for whatever reason, you can go there and that will automatically direct you to the right place. So that's one thing. And also I think with regard to the smaller projects, yes, there are smaller mining projects as well, but there are also associated projects. For example, there is an entire housing scheme that will need to be built around a mining city that will be developed. There will be schools that will need to be built. The new law protects local communities, and I think this is also something that can be looked into by foreign investors that are not looking at mining as a KPI directly, but are looking at sort of associated projects. And banks will then hopefully project finance associated projects as well.
Thank you very much. And do you see any issues, topics, challenges coming up when it comes to the off-taker contracts in Europe compared to when products have been mined here?
So I think we've done a project recently. It's not in the mining space, but it's on sustainable aviation fuel. It's the first sustainable aviation fuel project in, I think, the Asia Pacific region, and it's an $86 million financing of ADB. And that has a shell offtake. Unheard of, let's say, maybe 5 years ago in Pakistan, right? So, it's indicators like this that kind of give other offtakes that would be, deploying machinery and deploying their expertise in the mining sector in Pakistan, which perhaps were unheard of before, but there's a clear indicator and example that this can happen. So you have, brand names such as ADB and IFC. IFC's come in as equity into that project, and that will be supplying sustainable aviation fuel, ultimately, exporting it out of Pakistan to all the larger airports and have it what you will. I think these kind of indicators are very telling, and this is a third disbursement that has just happened maybe a couple of months ago. So this is now. This is Pakistan in business now in the project finance sector, which involves serious brand names and serious offtakes such as Shell. So I'm digressing a little bit from mining, but I want to give a very pertinent example as to where this can go.
Thank you very much, Hassan. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have given you lots of food for thoughts and actually food for questions. And before we let you go to take real food, we have the Q&A session, so we don't let you from the hook here. Are there any questions to our esteemed panelists in the room? Who is crushing the party and keeping you from going to lunch? Please, some courageous people here for such an important sector, please. Please present yourself and the company you're representing, and then in the case that it is a question addressed to one panelist, would be good to address him directly. Yeah, I think it works now.
My name is Kabir Javed. I'm the owner of House of Indus LLC. It's a New York-based company.
Sorry, I think we have problems to hear it. We need it a little bit louder. So if the technique can help.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Kabir Javed. I'm the owner of a company called House of Indus LLC. It's based in New York. It was pretty much made to redirect the supply chain from Pakistan, which were going to China, to European Union, Canada, and United States, obviously. I've done an extensive amount of work in Pakistan for past 2 years, and I do want to add a few things to the gentlemen that have provided the information. One thing I would like to add is that Recodec is a great project. It's an excellent project for Pakistan. But it is a misrepresentation of mining in Pakistan, because majority of the mine owners in Pakistan are actually at an artisanal level. They are not at a large industrial scale level. And one of the main things my company has been focusing on is graduating these artisanal miners to the junior mining level by providing them with easy access to sampling through SGS Pakistan. SGS has given us a tremendous amount of support, and also giving them access to remote sensing technologies. Now, I was sitting down here with a gentleman from Austria, process and plant company, and we had a gentleman who owned a tungsten mine right here on this table, and we were just discussing how amazing this forum is. By just sitting on this table, we were able to figure out 2/3 of the supply chain. What I really want from European Union, as a matter of fact, I was in Belgium when your policy came into fruition in November of last year. I was presenting the reports from Pakistan. I was screaming that this is what Pakistan has. And I do want to, I just want to let the Europeans and the Western countries know that please don't just focus on projects that are the size of Ricodec. An element like antimony and tungsten, if you're producing 1,000 tons a year, 1,000 to 10,000 tons a year, you're considered a large player. But if you're producing 1 million tons of copper, you're nobody in copper's world. So there is tremendous amount of tungsten in Pakistan. I think Pakistan is the Saudi Arabia of tungsten. We have tremendous amount of antimony in Pakistan. Pakistan is absolutely the Saudi Arabia of antimony. Focus on these critical minerals also. We identified a deposit of nickel in Balochistan, which is probably 3 to 4 times the size of Switzerland. Pakistan is filled with green critical minerals that the Europeans so dearly need. We want to work with you guys, but the only thing missing is the middle portion, which is the processing. And that's why I was talking to the gentleman, Paul and Babar from Process and Plant, that how we can resolve this problem. And we really, really need your support in that sense. And also, please focus on the little guy also, because you cannot just be focusing on Ricodec, because a lot of these other critical minerals like neodymium, praseodymium, but these rare earths are like in every single ore in Pakistan. Every single ore has the rare earth metal that you're so dearly seeking. The only thing missing is the processing.
Yeah.
And especially processing
Sir,
the small
we have to look a little bit on the watch here. Sorry, and thank you very much for your comment. Is there anyone on the panel who wants to comment on this point, or we take the next question otherwise?
I think regarding processing, and you highlighted the tungsten, and of course we have chromite, we have tungsten, lithium, REs, but REs are not explored so far. Related to mineral processing, which is missing so far in Pakistan, it is important to understand it depends on the scale of the project, the production levels, the economic size of the resource. So example is there, we have Sandik, it is small scale project, but we have smelting there. We have also a small scale project of lead and zinc. We are, processing to the extent of its concentrate. Ricodec is becoming 5th largest global project, and we are going for concentrate. And in future, we are also we are undertaking a feasibility study for copper refining as well. So post smelting, it is the segment in entire supply chain. So it depends on the scale of the production, and we do hope that with extended exploration efforts across the critical minerals, metallic minerals, including REs, and once we have explored the resources, of course, then it will be time for processing. And of course, we have the priority for processing.
Thank you very much. Are there other remarks, questions in the room? Here in the middle, exactly center table.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Shahbaz Sayed. I represent the Exim Bank of Pakistan. So while listening into the valuable remarks from the participants, what came out, one of the things that I wanted to share, I'll probably ask the panel as well, is about the role of ECAs, especially the EU-based ECAs are pretty old institutions, 50, 70 years experienced. So when they look at mineral sector in Pakistan and they look at the opportunities, how are the mining companies or project, let's say players out of European Union looking at Pakistan, and what is the role ECAs are playing from Europe in supporting that? One. And secondly, to the DG Saab, if I can ask another specific question about the potential of mineral sector, especially when you look at the export mix of Pakistan, it has been predominantly textile and all that. Can mineral become another pillar of export-led growth that Pakistan is seeking? So thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to comment on this or take the question?
So,
the government takes the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, potential exports, of course, the answer is positive. A lot of resources are there. I think all kind of critical minerals, underlying our, feed across the country. So we are focusing on modernization of Geological Survey of Pakistan. Our project, which was accelerated geological mapping, is going to complete this year in June. We have mapped the entire country almost at 1:50,000. GSP is also conducting thematic mapping, which is focused on, the important minerals, including REs, and these efforts will provide a foundation for further exploration. Of course, detailed exploration is the job of the investor and the junior mining companies, and of course, then we have to engage the, large-scale mining companies, and this is the purpose of the session today, I think, to explore the opportunities. And Pakistan is very ambitious to be global mining player and through responsible mining development.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here? Okay. Then is there another question in the room? A comment? Yeah, please, gentleman there.
Hi, my name is Major Fazil, retired. I'm running a mining company, startup. My company's name is In Mining and Minerals, and a logistic company, Sina International. After completing my military career of 20 years, I joined the mining industry and working in the industry since 7 years. And I would like to highlight some problem I've been facing in the industry since I've been working in the field, because when we entered in the field, there was not that much awareness in the field in Pakistan. And as you know, we have 6 trillion mineral reserves in terms of critical minerals and rare earth, and it's a rich, Pakistan is really rich in the mineral industry. So the problem is actually people have the mines. The small miner, my friend Kabir was saying that people are doing the mining on the junior level, but they don't have the resources. So actually the main problem is the funding required for the exploration. The exploration is not there. Actually, if somebody is going to acquire for the mining, he does not have the capability to check where the actual mineral lies. And they don't have the technology to, the things are coming right now. People are, going for the remote sensing and things like that, and, trying to get the real mineral, which is, under the ground. And the second thing is the processing technology. So if you have to install the processing technology, you need to have, the technology transfer, the funding required for that. So these two major things are missing, which I have been facing, because if I have 10 deposits of rare earth and critical minerals, but I does not have the capability to explore on that much. If you have to develop 43-101, so that would be needing a lot of things to do. And if I have to get a IP transfer or technology transfer, somebody, if I contact a company, they would keep on asking me many things, but they won't believe that I'm the real person here in Pakistan or not. And if they come on some consortium, then again, they are reluctant to transfer the technology to Pakistan. So these are the two things, which need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you also for pointing out that the processing technology, the technology providing, which is actually a strength of the European companies, and I hope many of them are here in the room. This is a good opportunity to enhance cooperation in this field. And I think there are lots of delegations coming up in the next months and years, and trade fairs where this opportunity also exists to exchange and bring companies together to find, also for the SMEs, which was mentioned as well, partners here in the country, in this market, which is not always so easy on the first view, perhaps. Yeah, please.
So let me respond to your quoted figure of $6 trillion. I think it is a highly exaggerated number, unless it is properly explored and unless it is properly verified and we have something bankable. But we do have, vast but underexplored, mineral potential. On your second question, that where the mineral lies, we have developed National Mineral Data Center. It was a digitization process project, and we have mapped entire geological data from the Geological Survey of Pakistan, from the provincial governments. That platform will provide the visibility of all the minerals, the mineral blocks which are under exploration, the free areas where you can go and acquire for, and all type of information will be there. And this project is going to be unveiled in next coming Pakistan Mineral Investment Forum, which is scheduled in November this year. And everyone is welcome to join and see this latest development.
Thank you very much for this clarification. I got a clear sign now for coming to an end, and I almost hate to do this because the topic was so great, and we had this great panel. And I'm also very grateful and thankful for the good questions we got from the audience. I think we have seen the large potential of Pakistan. It has been a topic the whole day, and again here also in the mining sector, we have seen how the EU as with its institutions, but also the companies, can be a very valuable, important partner for enhancing this cooperation between the country and the EU. And with this, I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their insights with us, being available. Thank you again for the question. I thank the organizers who have prepared this panel, and I wish you all now, after food for thoughts, real food, and also the good opportunity to exchange actually with the panelists. There's enough time. They're here. Speak to them now or during lunch. Thank you very much again. Have a good lunch now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As Dr. Martin keenly reminded us, now it's time for real food. So once again, I must let you know that all delegates are welcome to have their lunch with us in the Lily or the Zigalini. And of course, for the speakers and the government officials, there are also arrangements made in Nadia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I shall see you back here post-lunch. Once again, may I remind you to please join us back by 1:45 here, please. That would be ideal. Thank you. I'll see you back here at 13:45. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sidra Iqbal once again here. Welcome to the post-lunch segment of our day 2 of the high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum. We are very glad to learn that most of you have found the conversations and the plenaries and the discussions to be very fruitful. Many of those have segued into the lunch. Hardly anyone was seen to be alone or feeling like they haven't found the time to probe these matters further. We're going to deep dive into some other themes now, particularly if you have an interest in textile. But just like we like to call the post-lunch hour the slumber hour, that is when the carbs hit you the hardest and you're sort of a little disoriented. So we thought maybe a spark and a lightning would be the best way to bring you back into where we'd like you to sort of be focused on. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, now let me take a moment to bring this lightning talk to you. This is themed as the big ideas that move markets. There's a short insight on innovation and a business opportunity. We'd like to also take not just the innovation but the gender lens to it. So let's see how the Women's Digital League would like to address it. For this lightning talk, for this spark, may I now take this opportunity to invite Ms. Maria Umar. She's the founder and the president of the Women's Digital League. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Maria Umar.
Thank you. Check. Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this very august occasion. I'm extremely excited and also honored to share my experience and my learnings with you. Before I get to the serious stuff, a little bit of humor to kind of wake everyone up after a very lovely meal. We've all heard stories of overcoming adversity and making your own way. Which is why I'm particularly glad that a friend of mine isn't here today, because he takes it upon himself to introduce me, and his introduction of me is very imaginative. Now, in his story, I am born in South Waziristan Agency. I am from South Waziristan Agency, I just wasn't born there. And one day, as a child, as I was roaming around in the fields, gathering acorns, I stumbled upon a computer, as you naturally do when you're a child in the 80s in South Waziristan Agency, which is part of the merged districts of KP right now. And you know, with this contraption, I made my way to Peshawar, where I decided to explore my avenues, and what did I find? 2 floppy disks, and not just any floppy disks. These were floppy disks with data. Taking this data, I now traveled to Islamabad to enroll myself in a high-tech advanced level course in Microsoft Paint. I'm told that my earlier works in Microsoft Paint led to an impressionistic revolution in Pakistan. And of course, not being happy being a woman, not being happy with just dominating in one field, I said, next, I need to go for Microsoft Word, where I've upskilled myself and learned about selecting different fonts and using aggressive bullets. How many of us have used those, by the way, just today? Very important skill. But you see, he introduced me once to a very senior investor as a hotshot tech entrepreneur, which I used to be in a previous life. But this was a serious investor who wanted to work with us. And he says that my tech expertise included keyboard shortcuts like cut, copy, and paste. Also proudly explained that the digital trainings that Women's Digital League does make sure that the participants or the graduates are equipped with the very important knowledge that a Mac is not just a lipstick. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, why you don't let your friends gatekeep your profession or your biography. All right. Now done with this self-deprecating talk, so you don't take me too seriously, but you do take me seriously. Over to my presentation, which I forgot to play initially, so I'm going to skip a few. This is the fluffy disk that I found and that changed my life. This is the MS Paint work that I was busy doing. And this is a little graphic we used to teach in our digital literacy trainings. But now to the opportunity. Imagine a young girl in Peshawar who found access to skills, to connectivity, and the confidence to work in a global economy, not as an exception, not at all, but as part of a generation. That woman stands before you today because she found a computer, she found access, and she found skills. Pakistan is one of the youngest countries in the world, with over 2/3 of our population being 30 and under. And this is not just a demographic fact, this is an economic reality. Now, whether this youth dividend becomes an advantage or a liability depends on one thing alone, and that's skills. By the end of 2025, 117 million Pakistanis found connectivity or access to it. About 80 million were active users of social media. So you see, connectivity is no longer the biggest constraint, but access alone, remember, does not equal opportunity. Skill is required and an important ingredient. Digital skills, financial skills, entrepreneurial skills. And this is where gender matters. Women make up half of Pakistan's population, but only about 14% are part of the active IT workforce. And this next statistic, it breaks my heart every time. Only 1% are entrepreneurs, which I would argue from my decade and a half in this sector is not true. Yes, formally 1%, informally it's a huge number and something that we need to look into. We know the barriers, we know the cultural and social constraints, we know about mobility problems, finance, education, safety, but is it enough to always talk about those? We know them. What's next? The question that we need to ask is what happens when we invest in skills and opportunities for these women and for their participation in the workforce? Evidence from data and research shows again and again that when women are given digital literacy, financial literacy, economies grow, households become more resilient, and economic or development goals or outcomes, they improve. And this isn't just social intervention. This should be an economic strategy. Future-oriented participation. Yes, I know I'm not moving the slides again. Okay, I could try now. All right. Future-oriented participation means geography no longer limits opportunity. It looks like rural economy operating digitally. It looks like young women running businesses through mobile wallets and platforms. Micro-Pakistani entrepreneurs connected directly to global economies. And this is not just a hypothesis, it's actually happening. And this happens when skills, platforms, and policies align. My own work has shown that when young women are given the skills, the tools, the platforms for participation, participation does follow, even in the most constrained contexts. Home-based workers entering the digital economy through apps and social platforms. We have branchless banking and mobile wallets, reducing mobility and social friction. Cash transfer programs linked to women's IDs, bringing millions into the formal system. Small loans, savings groups, and insurance products tailored for women entrepreneurs. We see Afghan artisans producing for European couture houses. You may look up Chloe and what role the Afghan refugees in Pakistan played in their last showcase. You have women in Sindh and South Punjab showcasing their work for Paris and London Fashion Week. So skills unlock access, and access unlocks agency. Pakistan's youth, its girls and its boys, they are ready for a digital, skill-driven economy. The real question is this: are our systems, policies, and investments ready to meet them? If we invest in skills, design inclusion intentionally and not as an afterthought, and treat women's participation as economic infrastructure, not an afterthought, the youth dividend becomes a great engine. The future is already online. It's time that we make sure that everyone can participate in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, for being a force to reckon with and for being a voice of reason. Of course, some of the data that you have shared is heartbreaking, while the whole idea of innovation and technology is to be an equalizer and to allow everyone to be a part of this prosperity and well-being and a true representation of their true talents in this world. There are many who are still in the peripherals, and that is where a crux of our responsibility lies. How can we think in terms of not just a society, not just in terms of marketing and what's good for business, but rather cascade it and make sure to take hundreds and millions of those who are still outside into the folds of it. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards the third plenary, may I now take this opportunity to talk about sustainable textiles. We all love clothes. Women cannot have enough of those. And from what I've seen in the last 2 days, men, of course, also see it as an occupational hazard that they need to dress up well and appear at such events. But more importantly, what is this fashion really costing us? What is our clothes really costing us? There are many millions around the world whose consumption patterns have completely changed in the last few decades. We don't really care too much about where it is being sourced from, as long as we can afford the latest spring-summer collection. We want to have the trendiest item without realizing that fast fashion happens to be one of the key polluters for our planet. So can fashion and sustainability and textile go hand in hand? Can we be more mindful and intentional about what we purchase, what we wear, and how we consume? To talk about these very powerful themes, of course, talking about how Pakistan can stay competitive in a world that is shifting the way they look at textile. Pakistan has long identified textile to be its blue-eyed industry. I've covered several federal budget debates to have these conversations where people talk about many of the incentives and the hidden lift-ups being given to this one particular industry only. But the world is shifting. Now the world is more focused on ESG. The world will ask you how you are using the precious resources of society. Needless to say that Pakistan happens to be one of the most vulnerable, climatically speaking, vulnerable countries of the world. So what does it mean for Pakistan's future? What does it mean for the Pakistani textile sector? How do they stay relevant and competitive? Let's deep dive into that. For this now, ladies and gentlemen, may I now take this opportunity for inviting the moderator of this session. Please welcome the head of project at GIZ, Ms. Yulia Beznova, who will be leading this conversation.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to all dear esteemed friends. I'm very happy to moderate this session. It's a very crucial topic for Pakistan economy, as textile is the leading exporting sector. I would like with that to invite on stage our esteemed guests, esteemed panelists, and I would like to start with Mr. Saeed Hamid Ali, the Special Secretary Commerce at the Ministry of Commerce. Mr. Hamid, he brings over 30 years of experience in trade policy, fiscal management, and in structural reforms. He has strong background in customs policy, investment facilitation, and international trade relations. Welcome, Mr. Hamid. Next, I would like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Alexandra Berg von Linde, Ambassador of Sweden to Pakistan. With extensive experience from South Asia, most recent experience as Ambassador to Bangladesh, she is leading advocate for sustainability in the textile sector. For Sweden, the green transformation is the key for future competitiveness. And Ms. Ambassador, she is dedicated to bring Swedish innovation with Pakistani industry to promote green transition in Pakistan. Welcome, Ms. Ambassador. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Michael Aretz. He's coming from Germany. He's the chairman of the German Importers Association, which is having 250 members. Dr. Aretz, he brings many years of working with both large retailers and small importers. He collaborates in Pakistan with 3 business associations, and he leads a project on ESG reporting with several factories and to promote sustainability. Welcome, Mr. Aretz. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Dieter Metke. He is the country director of IKEA, and he has over 25 years of international leadership experience in the retail and sourcing industry. He has worked in Europe, in USA, in the Middle East, and he is in Pakistan since 2021. Mr. Dieter has proven track record in creating sustainable business impact by developing and transforming organizations within challenging environment. And he is known for his transitioning the strategies into actionable plans to achieve sustainability. Welcome, Mr. Metke. Last but not the least, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Akhtar Saeed. He is the Chief Operating Officer at Gul Ahmed. Mr. Akhtar, he brings over 20 years of experience in global textile trade, and he is bringing very much practical experience into turning commercial strategy and sustainable growth at Gul Ahmed, which is one of the leading South Asian companies and exporters to the European Union. Mr. Ahmed loves to simplify things and makes actionable plans out of complex and incomplete information. Welcome, Mr. Ahmed. To set the tone of this panel, I would like to share with you some frameworks on the upcoming regulations. And it is important that, as I mentioned before, the textile sector is the backbone of Pakistan manufacturing and export economy. They are central to employment, to growth, and to export revenues. At the same time, the global textile market is undergoing a significant transformation. Sustainability, traceability, and due diligence are no more longer niche issues or voluntary add-ons. They are rapidly becoming the conditions for market access and competitiveness. This is particularly relevant for the context of the European Union, which is Pakistan's most important export market for textiles. Continued access, including under the GSP Plus scheme, is closely linked to credible progress on sustainability standards and regulatory alignment. Over the past few years, the EU has introduced several initiatives and regulations, which are known under the umbrella term European Green Deal. They include the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, the Forced Labor Regulation, the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation, ESPR, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, CSRD. It is important to underline that one key point from the outset, that this development should not be seen only as compliance regulations. They actually shape the future market and they shape the competitiveness. They are aimed at creating more level playing field, at reducing hidden environmental and human rights risks, also to improve the transparency and data quality along the global value chain. And these regulations, they ultimately reward the companies who adopt them with eased market access and enhanced competitiveness. But of course, this transition cannot be cost-free. Companies will need to invest in data collection system, traceability system, mapping system for their suppliers, also in training and skills development, and in some cases in machinery and new technologies. In the short term, this can understandably feel like extra burden, but it is proved that companies who embark on this journey, they see actually the advantage and the profit from it. More orders are coming in, more stability, work with larger brands, and long-term relationship. So the key question for today's discussion is not whether these changes will happen. They will happen. The real questions are, how can Pakistan position itself not just to comply, but to compete and benefit from this opportunity? How can companies turn compliance into a competitive advantage? How this green transition can reach up to the beginning of the value chain, also covering the small and medium enterprises? And how can Pakistan avoid fragmentation and move towards standardized and scalable solution? With that, I would like now to open the panel discussion with our esteemed participants. So to begin with, I would like to kindly ask each of the panelists in one sentence to reply to the question. So from your perspective, what is the key leverage for Pakistan to remain competitive in the EU textile and fashion market over the next 3 to 5 years? Mr. Hamid, if you would start.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Esteemed panelists, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. This is a very pertinent question, and my one-liner, so to speak, taking a cue from what was said in the, the ideas segment just prior to this conversation and dialogue. Our youth is willing to invest and partner with the global community and work on new and innovative projects. So that is what is there. They are looking for opportunities to interact in many new ways with the wider world, and they only need investment and outreach from the wider world to connect with them. So that is, I think, the brightest thing that I can foster. The other things fall in place once we try to generate the momentum from this youth, bulge, giving them the skills and the knowledge and the financial reach to create those ideas into products.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamid. Ms. Alexandra, if you would.
Good. Yeah, thank you so much for having us, and greetings to the audience and my fellow panelists. But that's not my sentence. My sentence is that I think that in order for Pakistan to stay competitive within the coming 3 to 5 years, there needs to be a concerted effort to align with EU standards and the GSP+. Focusing on both environmental and social sustainability, and also invest across the whole value chain in the textile sector, invest smartly in sustainability.
Thank you. Mr. Aritz.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank all the organizers here to make this meeting, this business forum possible, then you, Julia, to guide us here. My sentence is short. Partnership. Partnership with the workforce, partnership with service providers, partnership with sub-suppliers here in Pakistan, and then, of course, partnership with the clients. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Dieter?
Yes, thank you for having me on the panel. And I would like to ask that everyone is not looking at the phone. I would like to start, I believe in Pakistan. I love Pakistan. And I like to share what we shared with the Prime Minister. With Manuel from Adidas, we shared one sentence. Pakistan is the best country for textile, and we have the best global suppliers from IKEA and Adidas in Pakistan. I think it's an applause.
Thank you very much.
So now backing to the question.
Oh, okay.
She didn't want to have me on the panel because I don't follow the script. So there are 3 points to follow, building on what you heard already. It's maybe very similar. EU regulations, GSP Plus, Green Deal is there. Just follow. Number 2, the biggest synergies from big international companies regarding sustainability direction for renewable energy, electricity, secondary raw material, or water is actually helping competitiveness because you will gain and grow the business with other international customers. Third, based on Pakistan is in an energy crisis, and based on wonderful big suppliers have already invested, accelerated in renewables, Pakistan's government needs to introduce policies to use the renewable energy as competitive price in order to gain the business for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Dieter. Mr. Akhtar?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I think such a nice comment from Dieter, I must say. So if we see all the compliances and all this environment with respect to the compliances which is changing from the EU perspective, how can we in the textile industry remain competitive? I think all we need to do is to see these things not from the lens of compliances, but from the lens of something that somehow we can improve the value chain within it. So the complete value chain from fiber till the finished product, unless until we map it, we quantify it and try to improve it, we cannot actually remain competitive with the textile industry.
Thank you very much. And I think it has been a very good opening. We heard different topics from energy, accessible energy, about mapping, partnerships, also joint initiatives. I would like now to start with understanding. Thank you. With understanding the status quo in Pakistan of the textile value chain. And I would like to address my first question to Mr. Akhtar. So as a major Pakistan exporter supplier, where do you currently stand on topics like energy efficiency, water and chemical management, and traceability? What are the 2 or 3 main gaps that prevent compliance with the EU requirements at a scale from your point of view?
Good, thank you. So I'm representing Gul Ahmed Textile. It's one of the leading textile mills in this country. So if we talk about the renewable energy, if somebody asked this question to me, let's say 3 years back, so the overall renewable energy share within the Gul Ahmed portfolio was standing at 0%. But now we are on a transition journey from 0 to 94% in a span of from 2022 with the span of 2027. That's what we intend to do. And as of right now, I'm proud to say that we are standing close to 36%. We have invested with respect to the on-site solar. Is this? Okay. So, is this clear now? Okay, good. So we invested with respect to the on-site solar, which is like 36 megawatts on-site. And we are working with the on-site and off-site wind of 17 megawatts along with the battery energy storage system. And also for the thermal energy, we are working with the 32 TPH biomass boilers. So all these things are actually enabling Gul Ahmed to make this renewable energy transition possible. With respect to the water, We were the first ones to have the effluent treatment plant back in 2000s, and we are doing the water recycling right now. And this is up to 50% recycling that we are currently doing. And at the same time, we are exploring different technologies through EU partners to find out how we can achieve the zero liquid discharge. Also, all the chemistry that we have, it's ZDHC compliant. With respect to the traceability, all the raw material inputs which are coming inside the value chain, they are from the traceable sources from BCI and the organics. And at the same time, we are developing our own internal infrastructure for having the complete traceability from the input material till the finished product. But at the same time, you, Julia, mentioned about the gaps. So, Ghulam Ahmed we have the advantage of scale, and we have the advantage of working with the clients like IKEA, who provides a very vast awareness. And working with them actually enable us to upgrade ourselves in terms of our understanding of what the requirements are and how we can actually on top of them. So the first thing is we have the awareness, and at the same time we have the financial muscle. But these regulations are not just for the big few companies. Ghulam Ahmed is one of them, and probably there are a couple of more groups in the audience who are representing the big textile units. But the major chunk of the textiles includes the SMEs as well. And I think for them, the gaps includes regarding the true awareness of it. And during the breakfast session, Michael, we were discussing that as per the last February session of Pragma, that only 30% of the participants actually knew about what exactly are the requirements of digital product passport and what we need to do, right? So it's awareness gaps that exist there. Second, the financial muscles, how to finance that. And finally, I must say the language of sustainability needs to be uniform from the brands till what actually people are doing on the production floor. I will further elaborate on this point, I think, in a couple of sessions, so I'll take up to that point. But this gives you an overall picture of how we see the situation sitting in a big textile unit group.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akhtar. You touch upon the important initiatives which you drive on renewable energies, on zero discharge, and also recycling water, minimizing wastewater. And also you mentioned a very important point that actually you as a large manufacturer, you drive forward all these initiatives. And as gaps, you mentioned actually the broader context, the smaller and medium companies, the suppliers. I would like to follow up on this, and I would like to ask you, with your suppliers, what initiatives do you drive with them for your supply chain? Maybe on the traceability, on eco-design, or human rights and environmental due diligence. And maybe you can give one or two examples of corrective measures which you're already jointly implementing.
Good. So when we talk about the different tiers within the textile value chain, so we being the vertically integrated, so from the tier 1 and the tier 2 is absolutely within our control or within the 4 boundaries of that. But then there are suppliers who are actually providing certain inputs to us.